Nice. I've never been live before.
Oh,
What
interesting.
does that mean?
Uh, means you're not dead.
Yay!
Alright,
I thought I was alive.
Oh, yeah.
Trial part 1.
Yep. Trial part only.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Huh.
It's all the familiar feeling again, the crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. Can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court.
Yeah, that's not allowed. You're not allowed to just not have a jury in a crown court. Like, that's not how that works. If this was magistrate's court, sure, but then they'd only be able to sentence him up to like 6 months. Well, 12 months, because there's multiple counts. Anyway, good morning, my dear fellows.
12 months for murder? That's a good deal.
Well, that's why murder isn't allowed to be tried in a magistrate's court.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes!
Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree.
To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, completely forgot about your little hair problem.
Huh! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning.
Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes.
And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim.
Not you. I see a London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever.
Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow, compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases. The Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you.
One not, and that would be...
Your eye for a good lawyer, sir.
Mr. Sholmes!
After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own.
What are you trying to say?
I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper.
Sorry to barge in.
Oh, sorry for barging.
Oh, shit, it's Mikotoba. Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? Fuck.
Just do halfway between your Ryunosuke voice and your Van Zeek's voice. That's what you were doing before. You'll definitely be able to strike that delicate balance now that you've got Ryunosuke and Van Zeek's on screen as well.
I know, right? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Gina?
Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him, what? What killed the boss?
I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that.
Well, if it weren't him, who was it?
I don't know that, yet.
I don't care who calls him what. Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him.
Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing.
Eh?
At least that may be of some solace to the deceased.
Oh, what's the funniest tweet you've heard in a while, Dragula?
Yeah?
Do 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 do. Please, Odo. Get whoever did this for the boss.
Hey, that's you!
Where my chronic back pain is moderate to severe.
You should steal that quote and post it because it applies to you too.
Should. That's a good quote.
Oh, Gina.
Actually, my back feels fine at the moment, which is great. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've got to find who done this and make the wretch pay. Counsel for the defence and the defender. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please.
Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks.
And this is really the only court session.
Yep.
How do you know that?
I looked at us like the vague structure so I could see like.
Oh, so you could plan how
Yeah.
to... Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law.
I mean, his father, did murder.
And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution.
Yeah, accent.
All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events.
That's the good thing about it being set in Britain is I can do a lot of Australian accents are just country British accents.
And whatever
I don't know
truth is
about
revealed,
that.
we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. Rocky!
Australians oh, crikey, mate. Yeah, what up in the Rosa shrimp on the barbie?
Oh god, it's Cosimo on the other side!
Yeah. There's a country accent. You're talking I don't do a good Yorkshire accent, but way I get what's I don't know. I mean, lots of places started as colonies for the British. The accents have still developed quite.
Yeah, I mean, the American accent started as British colonies.
Yeah. Anyway, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Talking about leaning into it, that's another very British voice I do. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Baroque Van Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
The defense is ready, my lord.
Alright, this is me, isn't it? What voice do I do for him?
I don't know, he had a deep voice.
The prosecution is more than ready. No, that's not it. I don't know. I'll get it.
You'll figure it out. Oh, Cosimo-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court for so long. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels... I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder.
The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Armband.
I do want to point out
Sugi.
that, like, we only have, like, 3 new characters.
Oh yeah, who the fuck are these people? I'm just kidding, we know who they are. So they're not new. So why are you calling them new?
No, I mean, introduced in this case, and even then, Evie Vigil is, like, not technically introduced in this case. So, like, we don't really have a lot of candidates for the killer right now.
Well, we do have those mysterious red-headed people. They might come back.
Oh, yeah. I have hiccups. Oh, my God.
Oh dear, that's not good. Anyway, I've done this line.
Ugh.
Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial, with no member. That's not. I mean, I get what he's saying. That is what a closed trial is, but closed trials still have jury, with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders. Wait, the Queen decide? That's not how that works. The Queen doesn't decide that. But maybe back in this time, the Queen did have more, like, well, not really. I mean, we were still a constitutional monarchy. Anyway, go on.
Oh, it didn't work. I tried holding my breath to get rid of my hiccups. Oh, my God.
Oh dear. American country people are a bunch of outlaws. I mean, your whole fucking country is a bunch of outlaws. You were literally founded because you didn't want to be subject to British law.
Oh, no. How will that work, my lord? I make myself burp?
Are you doing all right, Mr. Naruhodo? You sound pretty...
There you go. Burp. Does that hurt? Does that help? No, it doesn't! Oh, my God.
I don't think that's a hiccup cure, is it? I mean, there's lots of hiccup cures. None of them work. The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today.
Oh, no.
Oh dear. Do you need me to do the voices for a bit while you sort of control yourself?
If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery? My lord?
They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
I'll put them on the jury.
I mean, kind of, but that would still be bad for different reasons. Like, you can't just, like, pick jury members. Like, the whole point of a jury is it's meant to be, like, at least partially random.
Yeah.
Although saying that, I mean, going back to the concept of, like, jury-free trials...
Hold my breath again!
Normally they are decided by a panel of 3 magistrates rather than, like, 1 person. In fact, I think you specifically have to be, like, appointed as a district judge with legal training to decide on your own in a magistrate's court. So, like, magistrates have to be in 3s. Panel of 3. Anyway, members... No, that's not your re-enunciate voice. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. You just jump in when you're ready. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes.
Dude, Cosmo is ripped. That's definitely his. That's definitely his, like, abs, right? Not just like his clothes, like, sort of bulging out a bit. That's just the shape of his body.
Definitely. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to Britain.
Cosmo?
Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street, on the outskirts of the city.
I think your voice is a bit too soft for Kazuma.
Okay, so less soft.
Yeah.
The victim's body was discovered... No, that's
No.
the opposite of soft. The victim's body was discovered there in an old... No.
No, that's too far.
An old single rental property. I did the line. It wasn't very good, but I did
No,
it.
it wasn't.
It's done. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of his country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident?
Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Nah.
Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses.
I have here a plan of the room.
I think maybe that's a bit too far, though. I don't know.
I feel like... Okay.
I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm picky.
Yeah, you're being very, very nitpicky, like... Jeez.
I'm really sorry.
That's okay. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point blank. Hey! Hey! Look! Hey!
Chill out! You're peeking!
But you see what you said?
Shush!
Are you not gonna... Okay, I won't finish that line.
You're fine.
Hey, you're not gonna react to the fact that it says point blank.
It does say point blank!
So react, emote a little, jeez.
You did it for me. You took it all away.
Sorry.
Should be.
My line. Point blank range and died instantly. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. I think this is good. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range.
They said it again! There you go.
There you go.
Is that good enough for you?
I mean, it'll have to do.
Jeez.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel.
Alright, autopsy report. Oh yeah, there's also something we never actually examined last time, the notice of dismissal for Daily Vigil. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It is believed the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded.
Wait, so he set the professor free?
Apparently.
What the fuck?
Time of death. We don't have the time of death.
Haha, Maria Gory. Like gory, you get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I won't tell you what the murder weapon is. Oh, okay. Well, it was found lying beside the victim. There you go. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively.
Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence. Its provenance can't be proven.
Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile.
We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please? As you wish, my lord. Is this Fresno crime scene floor plan?
Yep.
Street Room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone.
Huge bone.
But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair.
So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or another.
When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel. Naturally. The accused himself.
That's not his name. Lord Van Zeeks?
That's his name. As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth.
Putting a lot of faith in the man. I mean, it's definitely true. Van Zeeks would not lie, but...
Well, yeah, he's expecting him to just, say that he did it, but he didn't do it, so he's going to say that he didn't do it. Very well, let the defendant take the witness. Now, to be fair, that's not strictly the case. You can tell the truth without admitting guilt. Depends what he asks, really. Yay! So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Baroque Van Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening précis.
I did.
It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord.
Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place.
I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. This is such a good theme.
It is.
Your formal testimony, then, witness.
I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
That testimony was the whole truth?
Yep, and you said yourself he would only tell the truth, so you can let him go now.
Right, I think he's inferring, though, that he's not saying everything. But obviously Van Zieks is denying that. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes.
He was hypnotized! Van Zieks was hypnotized to ignore all living beings.
Definitely, yeah.
That's so stupid. They would never use that as a plot in an Ace Attorney game, right?
Oh, is that something that happened in an Ace Attorney game?
Half an Ace Attorney game.
Oh, the Layton one?
Yeah.
Fair.
That's just natural to happen in a Layton game.
Fair. I don't know anything about Layton, so I couldn't. Anyway, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse.
I thought you were my mute apprentice. It turns out you have a way with the words, Prosecutor Asogi.
It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable.
What's got into Cosmo? He's not behaving like himself at all.
Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Hey, look, it's Asogi.
Yeah.
Purissa! You were investigating the Inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Why are you investigating cases in the first place?
Because this is Ace Attorney, and in Ace Attorney, lawyers investigate cases.
Incredibly, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed.
Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene?
Ah, that's not good. No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry.
You illegally entered the man's office? In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks?
I was aware of the possible consequences.
So, in summary, you were investigating the victim. And yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath.
Ugh, why did I ever think I could defend this man?
Hold it!
Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would have only just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed that the victim was already lying on the floor.
There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure?
I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, but I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as a framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. Never actually reached the desk.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. Did you say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Then could it be? The gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room. No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse.
And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor?
Correct, and I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Oh, he is Edgeworth!
Yay! Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands.
In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold. There was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Yes, I would like to oblige you with an answer. I'm afraid I can't. I, too, would dearly like to know that.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume?
That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? Oh, we're gonna get more people added into our file. Come on, add more people. A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've... hang on. Apologies. And a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. I sneezed. And you didn't even say bless you. How rude.
Bless you. Jeez.
I mean, it doesn't count now.
Oh, okay then. I take it back.
Oh, how dare you! And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem.
They did. Almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper.
Right, but he's not the Reaper.
The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled.
Coward. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred.
Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point. And suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. You see, after the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find out that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed. that the accused, Barak van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. Oh, here's a new theme.
It is.
It's good though.
What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark.
That's correct.
No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum.
How does that prove anything?
If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that the only candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others.
That must be because when that particular candle was extinguished, that must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning.
That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum.
Maybe they just lit the other two candles after.
Probably not though, because you could light the other candle. And the accused claimed that...
No, they can't. There's no wick anymore.
Do you know how a candle wick works?
I mean, I know it's all the way through, but still.
Right, so you would just remove the wax from the top and then light it.
I suppose.
I trust me. If there's one thing I know about, it's candles. I have thousands of candles. I love candles.
You're a pyromaniac.
No, I didn't mention that the reason I love candles is because of how much I love fire. We don't get to reveal that. Oh no, I've said too much! Thank you. And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now to the next lie.
There's more?
The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before.
And that's the truth.
In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings.
Yes, that's right. We saw it too.
It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However,
Well, we're in a closed court for a reason.
still, they included a number of reports from various historical cases. The oldest of which, also, like you say that, I mean, one of the big reasons that you probably wouldn't want to divulge them is in case this judge has to, you know, like, preside over any of those cases.
I suppose.
Just saying. Was from 10 years ago.
I mean, I think the judge has to preside over every case. There's only one of them.
That is a good point.
10 years ago. This is starting to sound familiar.
And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. Indeed? What is this common thread, Counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak van Zieks.
Okay, that doesn't mean that that's...
Doesn't prove that he-
Yeah. Like, it's very obviously someone investigating Van Zieks. Why would Van Zieks need to investigate Van Zieks?
Yeah.
All of them?
And furthermore, all of those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, throat was being weird. Because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper.
Ah! Oh no.
In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. What if Gregson was the Reaper?
That'd be crazy.
That'd be great, though. And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been his own secret hideout? Have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No. The truth is we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel! Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand.
What?
Order! Order! Who is he calling to order? It's a closed trial. Order! Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Baroque Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country.
I have to go to the bathroom. I will be back.
Okie dokie. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention.
I also got a bunch of chocolate.
Ooh, nice. I also have to concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known fact.
Okay. The Reaper's hideout isn't a known fact. That's conjecture.
Yeah.
All I have done. Oh my god. Almost choked.
Please don't. That would be very distressing.
All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Cosmo's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build this prosecution case, and it's formidable.
Counsel? You will submit the board you just showed, that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. And now, the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand.
Yep, there's something on the back.
Bloody handprint!
Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it's just like a handprint. And the color, it's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing.
Well, that's gonna come up later.
Yeah, I like how pretty much every piece of evidence has something extra that you have to examine.
Yeah.
There are details on a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look! Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. Do you remember there was a red... Oh wait, was that Naruhodo that just said that?
I think so, yeah.
Oops. And do you remember there was a red hairpiece at the scene too? Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? I don't think that was likely.
Huh. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question.
Alright, we gotta get new voices, Jesus Christ.
Oh boy!
They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room.
Very well. Lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand. Don't bow. There's no need to bow.
Certainly, my lord. Oh my god, it's Beppo.
So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Jesus Christ.
What the? Hang on, I need a better look at this. What's up with that dude? He's just got a massive bottom lip, or?
Yeah. He literally flicked it and it jiggled.
Names? We don't use names. Oh, we fancy for the likes of us. We're just free and easy. Spell what we like. Live where we want to live. Oh, I'll give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. Ah! Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Hehe! Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to the passers-by, you know.
Jaunty little tidbits?
Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Bright up your dinner litters. 6 is the price. Oh, I get it. He has loose lips.
Oh.
6 is the price and not a penny less.
Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man.
Give him the money and see what it is.
I don't think paying someone for this seems improper. Pay the man, counsel.
Alright, 6 it is.
You won't regret it, sir. Now got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slay Street have just had twins.
Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread. But that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious.
I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar.
What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by, and what do you sell? Me, I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids.
Oh, Jesus.
6 pence a pop. What do you say?
You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell?
Now that's my kind of woman, a pyromaniac. Oh yes, the second is a pyromaniac that encourages small children to set things on fire.
Nice.
Can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
Oh,
Jesus! Domestic terrorist! Not the most savoury of ideas, young lady. What do you say then, eh? Wanna part with 6 pence for a pop?
Is Naruhodo going to be 18 pence down at the end of this?
Maybe.
Wait, what? You want me to buy one?
Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel.
Alright, I'll buy one.
Lovely stuff. Right then, this is something a bit extra, just for you. The Venus Special! Only 600 pence!
600?
It's 100 of my regular fireworks! Nothing little about that, is there?
And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either.
Oh, okay.
I see! Let's ignite it!
It would be great if you could and just get like a non-standard game over.
Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus Special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. Ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like...
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Jesus.
Okay.
So, I mean, Gina saw Gregson earlier that day, I think. So I'm pretty sure Gregson had to have died that day. Like, the time of death not being present in the autopsy report is definitely going to be important.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's very clear. Obviously, we know Van Zieks didn't actually do it. So we know that what's happened is Van Zieks has heard these fireworks and then found the body of Gregson, who presumably was murdered earlier?
Yeah, probably. Maybe it was Venus.
Maybe. And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell? I'm a thinker, me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am, therefore I think. Because I stand there on the street watching the world go about me, they call me the Observator. That old man, everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So you don't actually sell anything? A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do. I think what it means. That or he sells sandwiches. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it. Pity.
No more purchases today. Please.
Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street. Oh, wait, no, that's not. That's. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see, and they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime. Well, it'll be better, I thought, just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. Well, what I think is, if what all we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes, is any of it real? Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. Ooh. We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. It seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I ran into the room and there it was.
Scott the Woz?
What, sorry?
Scott the Woz!
Oh, was. Yeah. Was. The Reaper, gun in the hand, standing over the dead body.
I'm surprised he didn't try to charge for his testimony.
Oh, he's already been paid. Sixpence. I was scared half to death, me, so I ran off to find a copper. Oh no, she's the one I called a coward earlier. Oh.
Oh, yeah, she's a coward.
No, she's not.
Yeah, she is.
No, she's fine, because she likes setting things on fire.
Ah. These witnesses were there that whole day and saw everything. Who did they see going inside the building?
Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barack Van Zeeks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like.
I'll check the profiles real quick. Sandwich? It looks somewhat familiar somehow.
Huh.
Venus? And Gossip. Jesus.
Oh boy.
And Cosmo Asogi.
Yay!
And Tobias Gregson. We still
Well,
haven't seen Gregson's body at all.
Maybe we just won't ever.
Maybe it's the same situation as Cosmo, I'm telling you.
Probably not, seeing as there's not very much of the game left. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I've made myself a pie some already.
But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done.
All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot.
Time to hold my breath again.
Oh dear. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that was leased.
Oh no. It's not working.
We know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Huge Bone.
It's Huge Bone.
Huge Bone. The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the
Let me
crime.
get water.
Okie dokie.
Why are my hiccups so friggin' painful?
Because your diaphragm is getting, like, stretched about.
No! That's not what's happening! Definitely not. It's your line.
Oh, right, yeah. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord.
I was thinking, while you were away, if, assuming Van Zieks didn't do it because he's our client, what if these guys did it?
It'd be kind of weird for Gregson to be murdered by these three nobodies.
Yeah, but we don't really have anyone else in the... Oh, unless he was murdered by the guy that went missing. But no, the guy that went missing is also dead.
He's not... No, he's not dead. We don't know that yet.
Oh, I thought he was dead.
No, we don't. We haven't. We don't. We just still don't know where he is.
Oh. I could have sworn he was dead for some reason, but...
No.
I can't
We
think of
just
any
know.
actual
We just know he was
evidence.
dismissed 10 years ago.
Huh. Maybe it was him then.
Maybe.
That seems more likely.
This is definitely evidence that this was his. He was the one investigating the Reaper.
Yeah. Unless he was the Reaper.
Unless he was the Reaper. Yeah.
Holy shit, he was the Reaper! And Gregson was going to take him in. And that's why he killed him. There we go. Case solved.
Maybe. Maybe that's where he got the money. It's after being dismissed.
Well, I tell you what, that can be your theory. And my theory is it was these three random street sellers.
Oops. Oh my god. Good job. Good job, me.
I have to break down his testimony.
In a closed court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony, somehow.
And we're going to make them hold it.
Now we're just gonna present the armband.
Makes sense to me.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zieks?
I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last. That was certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson, did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before, are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Am I sure? Doesn't it seem like they have forgotten a fella with bright red hair like that, does it? Oh, that's important. Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even. That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute, you're saying the man was a redhead?
Weren't you listening, chum? He was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as
Ooh,
well.
he's got a big caboose! Gregson! Didn't know you were so thick! But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination.
What, if only there was some sort of red wig that we found at the
It
scene.
seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party.
No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct.
What?
Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Oh, we're gonna finally get to see Gregson's dead body! Oh.
Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, alright.
How sad.
And a red hairpiece. Ah! Of course. We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing a hairpiece?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel.
And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying?
I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene.
So it just disappeared?
What do you expect? I've still been watching the building every second, do you? We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that.
Now let's take a look at this picture.
So he appears to be dead.
Yeah.
And the hairpiece should have some blood stains on it.
Nah, I mean... Yeah, I guess, but... Not
I don't
really.
think that would be relevant.
No. I don't think it would be either.
Is he wearing a wedding ring?
No.
Then we know that he was single. Was he always single?
I don't know. He
Yeah.
doesn't really have a big caboose.
Hmm.
I think.
Where's his... Hang on. I found something actually suspicious about that photo.
Yeah?
Where are his signature fish and chips?
Oh, shit.
And then the music starts playing.
Objection! This can't be Inspector Gregson!
No, but yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything about this at the moment.
Hold it!
By which presumably you mean the gunshot?
I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it?
And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building?
That's right, it was almost straight away. Bang, it went just like that. Well, it's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it?
Scott the Dawes? I think we get the message.
The Reaper couldn't allow the Inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. Yes. It certainly is an eminently credible move.
Great.
And at that point you ran inside, is that correct?
Hold it!
So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too?
Oh, what's that noise all about? Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, see? All the signs are that I can't move very well. You were away behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand.
What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before?
I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I signed, therefore I am.
So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then?
Oh,
I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot.
Turn down King Henry Street in the Black Widower's Arms is just there.
What is that? What does that say? Hot actual
hot?
hero?
I think so.
Oh dear, you've made him hide behind a sign. Life is full of surprises.
Hold it!
So, then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right?
Is that I, Scott the Was? There, I did it. Are you happy?
I am very happy you picked up on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there wasn't really anything not to pick up on. You were very clearly explicit when you said Scott the Was.
Yeah, but you picked up that I wanted you to say Scott the Was instead of just Was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did. Again, you weren't subtle about it. Kick the door open like a professional, I did, and yelled out, "What's going on here?"
Lord Vagzees claims all he heard was a man scream, though. And was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really?
And there was a fella collapsed on the floor.
Oh! Van Zeeks is blind.
Maybe. Just between us is the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
I see. Even though Lord Van Zeeks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall.
The next thing I noticed was someone standing right next to the body. The accused, Baroque Van Zeeks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. Scott the Was a little shocked, I won't deny it. But I'm no really livid coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold hard stare myself. Oh, we're getting excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just too...
Your Honor, I think we need to postpone the trial. I think we need medical attention in here.
Slices with no middle. Too much?
Just a bit.
So, I don't know what you could want with me.
Aw, man. What if his twitches are gonna be, like, really bad throughout this entire thing, and we're just gonna have to, like, figure out which of his twitches is, like, a red herring or not?
Oh, dear.
I think that maybe you just remembered something? Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
Well, what I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. You keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. I would have made my threat about a knuckle sandwich. Because that's like a thing. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it?
Oh, you rotten beggar! I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's what I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true?
The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a little filthy pool, didn't I? Yuck. Oh, so it's his handprint on the...
Yeah, so
So I guess Van Zieks did it. Shit.
it's his handprint on the back of the board, so the board was on the floor at the time?
I guess.
What? A pool of blood?
But listen here, even when I got the was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that reaper a cold hard stare, and don't you forget it.
Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared. So I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we?
Yeah, we'll keep it between us for 6 pence. No, Mr. Gossip, I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony.
Oh, if I'm a must. To be fair, it's close call, so no one else is going to find out.
Yeah, unless our loose lips tell people. Did you hear about that idiot with the facial deformity that gives him a giant loose lip? Giant bottom lip? Turns out, he was scared when he saw a man holding a gun over a dead body. How crazy is that?
What a wuss! I bet he tripped on his stupid loose lip! Also, I didn't say that line. The witness will amend his testimony to add something... There we go. The witness will amend his It's impressive. I remember, the first half of that.
Yeah, you
To
did.
include the aforementioned details at once.
I don't know why I'm so tired all of a sudden.
Did you get much sleep last night? Also, what on earth are you
vaguely.
doing? Your model is flying about.
Oh, I have my head on my shoulder,
Oh, okay.
and I'm just like rotating my chair back and forth.
Well,
So it's pretty accurate, actually.
Very funny on stream.
Yeah, I see it.
I like what your hair is doing. It's like a snake. Anyway, we're gonna make him hold it on this stocking.
Nope.
Okay. We're gonna present.
I think so.
I mean, isn't that a bit premature?
No, because it says to wipe it on the floor, but he had to wipe it off in the notice board.
I guess. I mean, it's up to
Fine!
the player.
You wiped your hand on the floor?
Well, who wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. And I might have thought I'd done it. No tar.
And you didn't think that might be a problem?
Does it really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor? They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's a message from all of us. Is something wrong, Counsel? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor. That's all. But don't come at me with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor, the blood.
I wonder, could that be what happened? Mr. Naruhodo, I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue.
Oh, wow. I guess it was important to do that.
Fine.
Objection!
There you go, see? I bet that wouldn't have worked if we
So
had-
you wiped off the blood from your hand onto the floor of the room. You quite sure about that? What if the notice board? What if the notice board was bolted to the floor, and it was actually the real anti-gravity device?
That's weird and doesn't make sense. That wasn't... No, you should feel bad. Do you feel bad?
Yeah, I feel bad.
No, you shouldn't really feel bad. Don't be silly. It was a great joke. You
You're
did
being
great.
mean to me.
Well, yeah, just because what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
Objection! Objection! The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations.
Okay, you can do Chasm from now on doing that exact voice.
No. Oh. Alright.
What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Isogi. Yeah, I can mock voices as well.
I wasn't mocking your voice, I was mocking Isogi's
I wasn't
objection.
mocking your voice either!
Oh,
I was
thought-
mocking his!
Oh, I thought you were mocking mine. Because I thought it sounded pretty similar.
Oh, I guess I'm really good.
Mm.
Okay, it's your line.
Ah, well... certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor.
What are you trying to say?
There was a handprint and blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board.
Oh! 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 Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably, a handprint in the distinctive colour of blood. That's my hand!
Hot actual hero!
Objection!
God.
A witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that
Well,
case,
you
it's
were
quite
right.
possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there.
Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim, and in an upright position.
That don't mean that it was always like that.
Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. Hey, that's a valid point. See, you didn't think he was going to make that point. You thought he was making a different point.
No,
You feel silly now.
because the notice board could have been in a different place.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I wasn't going. Oh, okay. Could you skip?
I came across the body.
Oh, okay. I won't do the line.
Yeah. There you go.
Why don't you do this one, and then you can do the thing you like.
What?
Okay, there we go. I'll take it from here. I'll take it from here.
Oh.
Basically, right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. No, I'm just genuinely impressed by your what you were saying. You was like, oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Huh.
Oh, this is your
Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene.
I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... board moving? But I
I mean,
see.
that's what you think, yeah.
The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As Core can see, it's upside down.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Did you?
Kind of? I mean, I just thought that was...
Because of how the board fell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good gracious, so it is. If the witnesses had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upward.
Oh. Right. Compared to, like, how the board would be if it's standing upright.
Right, okay,
Okay.
I get it, yeah. What does that tell us?
It tells us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor, as I previously suggested. It means that after the incident, it must have been moved.
What?
Objection!
Objection! You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who!
I don't know that yet, but the point is... when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And that would be...
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. The time of the incident Where do you maintain the notice board was situated? Ooh.
Van Zieks didn't see Gregson's body because the notice board was in front of it, and then it fell over when they came in.
Yeah. Or it was just on top of Gregson's body. But I think I get what you're saying. You're saying that it will have been knocked over by the door? Or... I don't know.
I don't know. Here?
I guess, yeah.
Take
Yeah?
that!
Oh, okay. Put it there.
That's your line.
No, I'm just thinking.
Okay, but it's your line.
I know. So, Van Zieks walked in.
Yeah.
Calmly, so he doesn't knock over the board. He can't see Gregson's body, and the light's being blocked by the notice board. And then when they burst into the door, they move it farther, and the board knocks over.
No. I don't think so. What?
I don't know. This is the only possible location.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway?
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room it was dark and he couldn't see the body.
Boy, eh?
If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked,
yeah.
making the room appear darker.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him.
That's true. Or in his precise words, just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open. I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
So then that's been knocked down, allowing light to shine. Okay. I don't know about calling it a scream, but you Scott the Wallace talking about me. No mistake. Because it's Scott the Wallace me that knocked the door, kicked the door open.
If you look again at the floor plan. Oops. Consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force.
That can't.
The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious. Yeah, so you were spot on.
My client has told nothing but the truth. He simply described what he saw.
Arg! Order! Order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room.
But that means what's-his-face moved it, because he's the one with the bloody handprint.
No, I think his bloody handprint came on there when he fell onto it.
But he didn't fall onto it, he kicked the door open.
Okay.
Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord?
You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying
Hey,
that...
these three random street sellers are the murderers.
It goes without
I
saying
knew
that you
it.
must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking at me, your glasses at me! The message.
What's that?
That was the word get.
I see.
I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just want my errand on it, that's all.
We're already doing the Allegro theme?
Yeah, because these guys are the murderers. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
She's not actually striking it by lighting it with her butt, she's just farting on it.
That's not how that works.
How do you
Do
know?
you think people's farts are just flame?
Hers are!
Sure.
You know how she's built. She's built different.
Oh.
You're going too far! Or!
That was his line. That was the whole line. I did it as eyes.
Okay.
I don't... Okay.
Whatever.
It's got the words that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams blood. Can we actually see what his line was, though? Because I didn't actually pay attention.
We can see it when we cross-examine him.
No, I want to see what the line was.
Oh
Tell
my
me the line.
god.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just okay, cool. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. Do you not like my stuttering?
It's too much! You're doing it too much!
Yeah, I know.
So no, I don't like your stuttering.
So none of you can elaborate it further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. Get it? See what I did there? I did a star. We can't expect the witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much.
I wish I could...
man's... Oh, do you want to do this?
No, I wish I could read with my eyes closed.
Oh. Okay. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think.
You know what? I will read with my eyes shut.
Okay. It's your line.
Okay. What was the previous line?
I don't remember. It begins with it. Okay. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think.
Is that really what
So
you
your
think?
line is... No, that wasn't correct.
No?
No. Okay.
Is it still my line?
No.
Okay.
Are you not... You need to watch what's happening in the trial.
Fine, jeez.
Come on. So you just said, do you? I don't remember what you said. I don't know. Oh, yeah, do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was unmoved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Baroque Van Zieks. Or these three street murderers. None of this wrangling over...
I just had an idea. Brainwaves.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go for it.
No, never mind.
No, what was it? What was the idea?
I was thinking the Venus special, one of the Venus specials would have been tied to this candle. And somehow, like, maybe these candles burning down would have, like, set off the fuse and then blew this off, but no, that can't have happened like that.
I mean, maybe she lit all three of them and there was a Venus special on that candle and it blew up. And the other two was just still lit. Over the board changes that simple fact.
I mean, the Venus special is clearly... That's what I'm thinking, because the candle is like some sort of like makeshift timer to alter like the time, like the quote unquote time of death, right?
Yeah, I mean, we do know, right? There are certain facts we know, assuming that Van Zieks is telling the truth, and we have no reason to doubt him. We know that the gun wasn't fired.
Yeah.
We know that the bang must have been the Venus special. So we know that that can't have been caused by a bullet, so it was caused by a Venus special.
At the same time, though, just because it wasn't... It might have been caused by a bullet.
Unless it was caused by a bullet earlier, you are correct,
Yeah.
yes. But,
My hiccups are back, damn it.
oh dear.
Oh my god.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
I don't know, does that help?
I don't think so.
Nope. Most certainly, my lord. Let's just try and voice act with hiccups. Naruhodo has hiccups now.
Sure. Very well. You may proceed, Counsel, despite the fact that you have hiccups. See, I helped sell the fiction.
So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on?
Admit it? What's to admit? It's there as plain as day for all to see. A smashing print on my right hand.
Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint, so you righted the notice board and pushed it to the corner, did you?
No. Imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man?
Well, did you see anybody else moving the board?
I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There Scott there was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there Scott there was, precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Yes, so it would seem. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue. Oh wait, no, that's already
Wait,
been read.
we can just look at her, put her butt out over and over again.
Yay! And we're causing her to waste all her matches.
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's the primary school just round the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to kingdom come. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Snitch! I thought.
Wait, this is entrapment!
I mean, that's not what entrapment is.
She gave them the idea.
I guess then it is entrapment. But she's also not a law enforcement official, so really it just means that she's also guilty.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Okay, so no, okay, it swings back round to not being entrapment, because, like, just because she's offering fireworks doesn't mean that they didn't approach her and aren't interested in the dodgy toys. It's like a drug sting. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the... Okay, no, I see what's happening. They take all the fireworks off them so they come and buy more. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids can come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
What a racket.
Of course, sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Well, I wouldn't do that. Imagine if that exploded while she was kissing it. No more face. Her lip would be like this other fella's. Anyway, well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Excuse me.
Alright, Beppo. Something wrong, Beppo.
if I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. And Miss Venus's statement just now brings something to mind, perhaps.
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Look, let's say there was a great liar. And that good great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too? Or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one. Don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me that you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying. Are you?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about. You have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Oh. Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right! That rotten liar over there! Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all? What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady?
Yar days!
Yare days! Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose, perhaps, I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room. Yeah.
Either you clearly remember it, or you don't!
Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, I'll immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along by and gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened.
The room where it happened, the room where it happened, the room where it happened. If I can prove that I never touched my balls, will you promise not to tell another soul what you saw?
No one else was in the room where it happened.
You just touched your balls!
That's not the line. You say, is that a yes? And then I say, oh, you just touched.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I messed up.
You
Stream's
did.
over, guys.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
No! My god, I just need to get rid of these hiccups, dude.
Oh dear. Do you need to, like, go take care of them?
I don't know how to get rid of them.
Well, you stand on your head and recite the alphabet backwards. Everyone knows that. That's not true. Don't do that.
I'll be back.
Okie dokie.
Think about how we can contradict this statement, because it has to be that.
Okay, we'll do. Hmm. You know, I'm thinking, I don't think we can contradict it. I think it's true. Like, isn't that what we literally just established? Who could it be that did the crime? And if they did, what contradicted it? Are you back?
No one else was in the room where it happened. The room where it happened. The room where it happened.
Is that a yes? You just touch your balls. So I've been thinking long and hard about what contradicts this, and I've come to a shocking conclusion.
Nothing?
Nothing!
Alright, cool.
Because it is, in fact, the truth. Are we not going to press it?
I just pressed the wrong thing.
Oh.
Hold it!
But yeah, I think we should press it because it's true.
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take it with a big pinch of salt.
Alright. But you did, in fact, go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please. As if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit. Just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know.
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. Alright, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth, please. Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flipping thing. Jesus Christ! Oh, sorry, flipped the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move that board? I think that did slip out, didn't it?
Venus is not taking this as seriously as she needs to be.
No, she really isn't.
She's
What?
the real killer, that's why.
Maybe. I did say that at the start.
Yeah,
I
you
hope
did.
not, though. I hope she's not a killer.
Why not? Because she's
She's
cute?
cute.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
If Mr. Ugly Lip's the killer, that's fine. What? You daft bomb pot! I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell?
Oh, please, I should be so lucky. In my imagination, the truth! Now! I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you ask. So it was you, was it? You're the one that took it!
Gina?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there! That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago!
A professor case, no doubt.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail, when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub.
You see...
I swiped off him once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then.
It's not all that, though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't worth him. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Ah! I knew I should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance! I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your hand grubby mitts on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children, watch your manners.
Good lord! The glass appears to be broken. More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot.
So this is how we find out the time of death, huh?
That would make sense, yeah. It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh? Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
Exactly, when the gunshot was heard, then.
Oh, that's not good.
Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
I think we should examine that watch.
No blood? Surprising. Wait.
Well, that's where you wind it normally.
Yeah. The tiny little
that's
stub
broken
sticking
off.
out from this small hole here, look. Suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's still a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Was there a piece that we didn't know what it was? Glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look, what a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. Very adept at things like this, a useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd-job man.
So what stuff did we pick up at the scene? Oh, okay, keyhole, that's key.
Yeah. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here, can you see? Oh yes, it's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It's a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? A bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. Who's in this guy, right? Helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. Not convinced about the charming part. Yes, you're right. The man part looks like it's fairly heavily manhandled. Yeah, we've read this. What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. It's tiny though, could be a key for a door, so what is it for, I wonder? Susato, do you think perhaps this key? This could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once, there's not a moment to lose. You had a perfect fit, and look, Inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously not been wound up. That's all.
So that means that the time of death wasn't 5.
Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications.
Yeah. because it will have just stopped at some point, so he died a long time before 5.
Yeah. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too.
It would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please.
Counsel? I have to go to the bathroom again. I have drank too much water trying to cure my hiccups.
Oh dear. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. Me, just a sign at the crossroads of life. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. Just a sign at the crossroads of. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. That should be a new hit song. I think we're going to need to present that watch.
I got craisins.
Craisins?
Yeah.
Are they good for hiccups?
I don't know.
What's a craisin? Some sort of cranberry raisin?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that just be a dried cranberry?
Yeah, but it's called craisins.
Maybe over in the States. They're also called craisins over here.
No.
It's a brand name. It's like Ocean Spray Cranberry. Are your craisins made by Ocean Spray as well?
Yep.
Yep.
But you did go to see what happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold up my sign high. I said that the wrong way round, but you get what I mean. So you did go to see what had happened. It's not the destination that's important, it's how you get there, isn't it?
You notice a notice board in the room?
Huh. If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit.
Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo siniens.
That's a fun pun. Does that mean you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. In which case, just who was responsible for... We just established it. For moving the notice board. Yeah, presumably, yeah.
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case.
Oh!
At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch.
key?
And having wound the pocket watch, we discover that in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built.
Oh,
You said what?
oh, what? Order, but council. Sorry, I just came to a shocking revelation.
Mm-hmm.
I think this actually might be relevant. Go to the people file a sec.
Mm-hmm.
Go to those 3 sellers. Orange hair, ginger, redhead. That's more blonde, actually.
What?
Never
Yeah,
mind.
no, she's blonde.
I thought she was a ginger.
Oh my god, are the colors off on the stream as well, and not just the fuzziness?
No.
Okay.
No, looking at it now, it looks more ginger when it's blurred, but now it's cleared up. That's very, very clearly blonde.
Okay.
To be fair, also, I might be partially colorblind.
Really?
I don't think I am, but it's a possibility. But I'm fairly certain I'd know by now.
Iris is
Probably
Iris
not.
is redheaded.
She's pink-headed.
Yeah. It's a shade of red.
See, that looks orange to me.
It's not to me.
But when I look at it on the stream, right,
Yeah?
it looks blonde.
Weird.
Maybe it's the color settings on my TV.
Maybe.
Oh, I really thought I found something then.
What, you think
I was so proud of myself. I
You
was like,
think-
aha!
if she was trust me, if she was redheaded, that was the first thing I would have thought.
No, but I thought it was like a subtle. Aw. I really thought I had something.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
very demoralized. Yeah,
Alright.
which is when we had that gunshot. Whatever. Oh.
It's exactly the hour.
Don't steal my lines just because I'm.
Time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. Now, what if she is a redhead, but she's dyed her hair?
Maybe. That'd be crazy coincidence.
No, it wouldn't be a coincidence because she did it.
I mean that
For some reason.
you were right for the wrong reasons.
Oh, yeah, that would be. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
No, that doesn't hold.
Why not?
Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. What if Gina's a redhead?
Maybe.
She's also blonde.
The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening.
Everyone's a redhead.
We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Naruhodo, look at that hair and you tell me that isn't a dark, dark, dark shade of red.
Definitely. Oh my god.
I know why you're covering up for everyone, because you're...
Oh no! I've been exposed.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
I have a pocket watch, did you know that?
No, I didn't. I have a pocket watch. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. I have a pocket watch, did you know that?
I did, because you just told me.
Oh.
Why do you have a pocket watch?
Oh, it's Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh, okay, fair.
I think it runs on batteries though, which is kind of lame.
That is kind of lame. I have an actual pocket watch. You wind it up and everything. It's got like a leather back. It's quite nice. It's packed somewhere.
It
I'm
hasn't
not
worked in
100%
a
sure
while.
where
I think it works on batteries? No, it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know how to wind it up anymore.
Well, there's a bit and you wind it, and then it should start ticking. Did it start working?
No, there's no way to wind it.
What do you mean? Describe it. Is there not a winder?
I mean, I'll send a picture to you.
Yeah, send me a picture. I know about pocket watches, so I'll tell you. Unless it just was battery operated.
I mean, maybe it is battery operated. I don't remember. I don't know how to open it up so you can get the Pocket Watch, though. I mean, so you can get the battery.
Well, you'd probably pop the back off like a regular watch.
Before you say anything about the top, I'm twisting it. Nothing's happening. Maybe it's just busted in general.
Well, I don't see. I haven't got the picture yet, so I couldn't tell you. Yeah. So if that is not battery operated, it would be that top bit you'd want to twist, presumably. Does the top bit pull up?
Oh, it does. Oh, there it is. It pulls up. I can change the time. It's not winding though.
Right. Yeah. So that'll change it and change the time. So if it pulls up and it changes the time, but it doesn't do anything when it's pushed down, so it is still functioning. So I don't think it's a winder. I think it probably is battery operated then.
How do I open up the batteries compartment?
Does the back? Show me the back of it. Show me the back.
How cringe would it be that if I like use this to tell time?
Well, because it's a Wii pocket watch, fairly cringe. Yeah.
It's I have Krung.
Using a normal pocket watch though is perfectly not cringe. So looking at that would either twist or just pop off, like a standard watch back would just pop off, I think.
There's no like seam though.
Well, I mean, it's not. I can see it. I can see an edge, like a seam. Like it's not one solid piece, is it? Because I mean, even if it's not battery operated, the back would have to come off. Like, have access to the things.
Oh, there it is.
Did the back come off?
No, but I see a part where it can.
Ah, okay, there you go.
I'm gonna get a coin to get in there because I don't have the nails.
Yeah, well, you'd need something like long and thin. While she's doing that, I'm going to go quickly see if I can find my pocket watch, because I think I know where it should be.
I can't get in there. There we go. Oh, yeah, it's battery operated. I don't see where the battery goes, though.
Hello.
Hello.
Did you get the back off?
Yeah, I did. I'm not sure where the battery goes.
Well, show me a picture of the back with the back off. Oh yeah, that's definitely battery operated. Do you see that? See that white bit?
There's a lot of white bit.
Well, the white bit that's sticking out, that's over something. That's over the battery. That's the battery.
Oh, how do I take it out?
You just pop the battery out and then put in a watch battery.
Like, how do you mean? How do I pop it out? Do I take the whole white thing out?
I think you can take the white thing out. You don't necessarily have to, but I think you can.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, is it just the small bit? The small circle bit?
Yeah, the small metal circle, that's a battery.
How do I get that out now?
Have you never seen a watch battery before?
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, you drop it and make all the parts fall out.
No. I dropped a pin.
Oh, that's way worse.
I found it.
Yay!
I'm not sure how to get this out, though.
I mean, it should just pop out. It's a watch battery. It's not like... I don't really know how to describe taking a watch battery out. You just take it out.
Oh, I took it out. I dropped it. Well, I don't have a replacement watch battery, so I don't know why I'm doing this right now.
It's kind of odd.
I dropped it, though. Where did it go? It's right here. Here we go. Put that away for later. Just fiddling with a pocket watch. No biggie.
Here, have a look at my pocket watch. I found it. Let me send you a picture. This one is actually, you do actually wind it.
Ooh.
Back's kind of scuffed, sadly. I also have a Sailor Moon
It's
pocket
scaly.
watch. My sister gave me.
Ah, nice. Anyway, that would be
That one-
entirely reasonable. But if that's the
I
case,
think I said that.
you wouldn't expect the watch to completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
Oh, aye. Well, how do you explain it then?
In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch.
You can't mean.
What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years?
Here, I want to try something. While it's okay. Can you hear that?
No?
How about now?
No?
Oh well. The obvious answer is that he was already dead.
Oh, okay.
You take my lines all the time.
Yeah, because I'm me, but you're you.
I am. Order! Order! Counsel, that is the most extraordinary claim.
Objection.
I wanted to see if the ticking of my pocket watch would pick up
Yeah,
on the
I
mic,
figured.
but I knew it was quite unlikely. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd! Absurd is the word! You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that?
On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right!
Wait a minute! You're forgetting my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in!
What do you mean?
And like I said, I was plunged into my hand in my dirty great puddle of blood! Oh, yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he?
But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the...
Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner?
Kazuma, I'm not just your learned friend, I'm supposed to be your best friend. Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. You've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
Clever Susato. The problem is currently being researched. Present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Oh,
Objection.
oh, 1 second. Oh, my watch is like 3 seconds slow. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond the question.
Is it, though?
What?
Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all.
Oh, please. What are you trying to say? I was not know what we heard, did it, Scott? There was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood.
That one you didn't stutter at all.
Huh.
I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Explain yourself then, Counsel.
Oh, we're way ahead of this one. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with...
The police statue!
A gun! Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious! The very fireworks that are sold by the witness? Now hold on a minute, are you saying I did it? Just because my hair is very clearly red? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see?
Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact.
Oh, that's me. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene?
I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection! But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barack Van Zykes. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them. I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb.
Good heavens! A bomb?
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. So Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, it's the whenever you like part that's important.
A timed device?
Yes, exactly, a timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, Counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
You think I was right?
I think so, yeah.
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. I'm so smart. I am so smart.
You are. That was fucking genius. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord.
Not possible? Why?
Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are? Yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's right, there was, but as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun.
Ah!
Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot.
You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How can that be?
The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, till eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. And that is how these 3 witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
What a plot! And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now, just hold your horses. All the large lot is saw the victim going into the building, remember?
Oh yeah!
I couldn't forget that flame-coloured hair, even if I wanted to.
The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all.
Oh,
Consider this.
she was wearing a red wig!
Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else? Oh wait, no, that's not the voice. Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer.
Puff! Oh, very impressive, Ryanosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma?
I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report. A stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired.
Damn.
Order! 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 Prosecutor Asogi! What on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly I would agree with you. What immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident?
Do you know?
The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend?
Did you have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating? Yes, I agree, surely. My lord, the defense believes that it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
Is it the notice board? Must be,
what's
right?
What's on the notice board?
It's everything about the Reaper.
So he was investigating the Reaper yesterday.
Yeah.
Take that!
Oh,
I can't say I find your answer suggestive of anything in particular. Other than perhaps it is utterly wrong. That much you have clarified most expertly.
Oh yeah? What?
Congratulations, Ryanosuke Naruhodo. You deserve a reward for that expert display.
Oh. Okay. Did you just draw karma on me, my friend? I think, Mr. Naruhodo, that there's one particular piece of evidence that really does stand out in showing what case Inspector Gregson was investigating.
So what happened yesterday? What happened
Went
yesterday?
missing? The dude went missing, I guess. Oh, the Red-Headed League?
Yeah, that was yesterday, wasn't it?
Maybe maybe Vigil's the one who's wearing this wig.
Maybe. But there's no, because he wouldn't have known about Vigil being, well, I mean, he would have because he knew Vigil because other evidence, but I think that's jumping ahead. I think it has to be the Red-Headed League.
Take that!
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. You might assume that it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly coloured hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, it's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out.
Yeah, definitely, buddy.
Definitely. What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature, Council? They've been targeting red-headed men all across of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact.
My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
Okay, there we go. That'll be the 2 from earlier.
Yeah.
Two redheads?
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. It's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. It's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring those 2 red-headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Astogi! At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Okay, awesome. See you in 30 minutes.
Yep. I'm taking a nap.
To be continued. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Oh, there you are, Otto. What kept you, my dear fellow?
Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina.
You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow.
Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you.
It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I'm really more shocked than all of you put together.
This is the autopsy report in question, is it?
Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. Was there a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission? Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe. No. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. But think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick.
Something. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it.
It was a no, no, no.
Oh, my sleuth hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Shulm's suite, I mean.
That's right, Suze. And it was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good, law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly.
So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? That doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them?
Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuthhound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
Piked?
I said peaked.
No, you said piked.
I said peaked.
You said piked.
I'm checking. I'm checking right now.
Alright! Have fun. I'm gonna be back then.
Okay. Guys, I said pike. Why did I say pike? I can't believe I said pike. I'm such an idiot. Aww. I didn't mean to say pike. I really didn't. I can't believe it. I'm such a fraud. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be on this stream anymore. I can't believe it. I can't believe what I did. I said piked instead of peaked. Ah! Oh! Okay, anyway, I hope she'll get back soon. I'd like to finish this case. I'm really interested in what happened.
Oops.
Oops.
So I was right,
Oops.
right? You did say piked, right?
I did say piked, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed. I don't want to stream anymore, ever.
Oh, okay. You can go if
Oh.
you need to.
No, I don't need to. I want to because
Okay.
I'm embarrassed.
Okay, you can go if you want to. Your comfort
I
is
don't
most
want
important to me.
I don't want to go. That was a lie. I was lying.
Oh. Just like Venus.
Like a liar. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, it's your line.
Yeah, I'm trying to set up my camera again.
Oh,
It broke.
good job. Well done.
Then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zeeks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zeeks. And Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today?
All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow.
That was the quickest 30 minutes of my life.
Yeah, the recess will be over very shortly.
Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. He was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet.
Oh.
Are you ready then, Mr. Zato? Yes. Why does he stand like that?
Why not? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. See, I made it rhyme. We resume the closed court hearing of Barak Van Zieks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Murder most foul. Now then, Prosecutor As Ogi. My lord, have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Whack. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom.
Bum ba da bum 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 ba dum bum bum bum. Oh my.
So that one we thought was Italian is definitely Italian because they were eating spaghetti.
Yeah.
These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice, in France. And my name is Peppino de Rossa. I am the third son of the great Familia di Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility.
Not more nobility.
Oh, those nobles. Those who graduate from Temsic are the future leaders of Europe.
Oh shit. It's a ghost trick!
Oh. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with the
Oh, boo-hoo!
Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little gray cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do.
So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out?
Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the pretty plans. The strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Eh? Okay? Are you about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes? Evviva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not there hilarious ourselves. This is serious business. Che bello! There it is! The capo's trump card! The brow! It is deeper, capo? The pharaoh and the meaning of your words? The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, You have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, c'est ça. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Alors, I will explain it. No, Capo! Leave it to me!
Oh my god, dude.
As you can see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At the school, we were teased for this without the pity. The Capo, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi Fountain. Yes, those dogs! One day he will respect us redheads! Every night he would bury his head in his pillow, something. C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London.
Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League.
Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it.
It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you'll receive a weekly income of £4.
On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France! It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonourable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick.
Damn. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a Coster's orange barrel. Where did I get young from?
I have no idea. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I've seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see the rest of my life.
God, I'm so glad you're here because I cannot do accents. If I had to voice act this whole game by myself, it would just be 3 voices for everybody.
To be fair, I'm fairly certain if I wasn't here, we wouldn't have started this voice acting thing.
True! So. True, if you were here, I wouldn't have been streaming this game, honestly.
True. See, and now every time I see the Capo's hair, I feel a sicker to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today?
Sorry?
The dead fire trial was not into I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
I want there to be an Ace Attorney game where the final boss prosecutor, right?
Yeah.
Ends up being a pain.
Oh, that'd be fun. Of course. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law.
I'm sure.
I'm sure. It was all just a bit of harmless fun. They won't get in trouble. They're noble. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lamb Street that day. But I don't recall this man in this photograph, Cap? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park. Allora, this victim is nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place.
He probably got caught because of his ooh.
Maybe. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you've been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Uffa! This is attitude that we get to nowhere, huh?
He's really a sulkin now.
This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer! Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous.
There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Oh, sorry, that was me, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Yes, my lord. I'm yawning so much.
Well, maybe you should not be so tired.
Maybe.
Shouldn't we look at that thing?
Did something get added?
I thought, did he not say the diary entry? Or was that not actually added?
It has been added.
Oh. Oh, I thought that was
And
added.
in the photograph.
Sorry, I was distracted, which is why I didn't say
Yeah,
my
by
mind.
what?
Money and business, that's what. I
Oh.
was just looking at Twitter.
Oh.
Sorry.
No. I don't remember him. And obviously, he's dead now.
That sounds Scottish.
I'll
Not
show
French.
you. Yours not
Like
in
Scots
the
Russian. Anyway, should we go to maybe the first one and say hold it?
No, this little victim has nothing to do with us. I got this, see?
Oh,
No, it's... I don't know.
can we make them hold it? I like making them hold
Hold
it.
it!
Hold it! 1,000 people, that's a very big crowd.
It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. See, the capo here, he has a magnifico animale, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo.
What are their first names again?
Oh,
Peppino and Fabienne.
Fabienne. Peppino, Fabienne. Molto bene. Bellissimo.
Wait. Oops.
What?
He has facial hair! Or is that a
Does he?
bruise around his...
I don't think that's facial hair.
Yeah, no.
Maybe that's facial hair.
That's a bruise around his neck. He doesn't
Maybe
have
he tried
one.
to hang himself.
He has one too.
Maybe they both tried to hang themselves.
Something happened with these two.
Maybe.
Can't see
Maybe
it.
we
We
should-
can't see it on Peppino's model though.
Maybe you're just reading too much into it.
No, because
All those people wanted some money, Peppino.
Naruhodo.
£4 per week. What?
That's not the right accent.
I know.
Naruhodo
You were having a
commented.
revelation.
Naruhodo commented on Gossip's bruise as well.
Oh, maybe. Anyway, all those people wanted the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? Oui, that we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names, we take their money, and we take their address as well. Then I tell them we take some days to let them know about posta. E finito, maybe 2 minutes per persona. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night.
So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune.
Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with?
One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair.
Okay, that doesn't tell us anymore. What if we hold this?
He doesn't look at all familiar?
No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who were trying to trick the other people.
Oh, yeah? Says the con artist.
If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signore, I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget the thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems.
I didn't see man like this, huh? No, I don't remember him, and obviously he is dead now.
But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then, you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain this particular man wasn't present?
Normally the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it is just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe we would recall. That is not the lamp, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him.
Cosmo said these two had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example... His fish and chips?
No. What would they remember? What would they remember? What
His name? Maybe his name was Hugh Boone. Maybe he gave his name as Hugh Boone.
Maybe. Okay, let's think like a detective. We're going undercover with red hair. We're gonna tell them our name and address because that's the thing we asked. But they're not gonna remember all the names. That's not distinctive enough. Would we tell them we're a detective? No.
No. Fish and chips!
Weird. I guess.
I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? You remember a man who was eating incessantly?
Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or the spaghetti! Me? I love the spaghetti!
Really? I had no idea.
Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, Capo, I say it again and again!
Yeah, I was wrong.
So should we go back and do...
Hold it!
What were the options again?
His name or profession?
I don't think it'll be name. I think... Profession? I don't really know why.
I certainly appreciate this knowing. I told you the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective.
The man in the photograph? A detective?
Yes.
It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. DeRossi?
Okay? I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
What did he just say about the detective?
Yes, that.
Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard.
What?
Oh, good lord.
Peppino's really short.
Yeah. Order. Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. Nay, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at the many things, but no two. The memory and the meal. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster.
Eat the pasta!
Somebody touch my spaghetti! But you are inferior to
Somebody
me
touch my spaghetti!
every other way. So shut up.
Objection.
Renosuke's objection is so limp.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Stare off.
Yeah, but only in English. In Japanese, it's great.
Yeah.
So loud. The damage is done. Oh, top tiled. Too late. I couldn't see what that was. Indeed it is, sir. Sorry, indeed it is, sir. Oui, there was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else.
How can you be so sure?
Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it is true, it is true. The man who came was a younger.
Was it Sholmes?
His face was clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. What if it wasn't Sholmes? What if it was the other guy? The guy who we think might have been working with Gregson? No resemblance whatever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. And do you by chance have this identification?
Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification?
Police inspector's investigation? That is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord?
Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. Quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers were fake. Certo, Capo, you're a genius! As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh?
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective?
He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. Maybe it was shows. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico. And look, here is the identification. So you stole it from the man?
Go on, hurry up, I want to see what his name was!
He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Yeah, I think it was the partner. That's my guess. I think it was the woman's missing husband. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true Inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. I like them!
Alright, come on! Come on! Who is it?
Now, let us return to the witness's testimony.
No! We gotta find out first. Well, I suppose we see what this inspector's identification looks like inside! Oh!
Whoa.
Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Or just something plucked out of the air? It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well.
Oh, so someone nicked this off Gregson.
Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all?
So, right, so the same person who killed Gregson took his warrant card, presumably. Or someone else nicked it.
Objection.
Wait, what did you just object to with that for?
The victim has nothing to do with us.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely, Miss Lestrade.
Hi, Miss Lestrade. What is your intention here, counsel?
Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
Aren't there female Scotland Yard detectives?
Yeah, we know one of them.
Oh, right, Gina. Fucking duh.
That is the boss's! No question about it!
You can't even read!
It can't be!
As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson carrying out an incognito investigation.
Zut alors! I don't think that's true. Order! Oh, order!
Maybe his target wasn't them, but they thought he was they were the targets, so they chased him away.
And then killed him later. And took that off his corpse. I don't know, but if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say.
Could it be, then? The inspector was physically unable to report it.
Well, there we go. Physically, what do you saying? Unable to... You're not suggesting...
Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen.
No! Order! 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 You know what I like about this court, the highest court in the land? I like how they regularly have to just drag a crate in for people to stand on. They don't have anything like specific in place if they have shorter people, that's fine. They just drag a box in off the street.
Yeah. The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I know nothing! I've done nothing! Pull yourself together, Peppino! Mon Dieu! You can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? Now I wish I had returned to Italia! Stop crying, Peppino, please! Otherwise, Lemmy, stop your whining and start talking. Well, I know nothing. Where? I don't know nothing. Where? What did the judge say? You skipped the judge.
I did skip
okay.
the Judge DeRossi.
Oh, it just
Yeah.
automatically did it. Huh. Bad game design. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
For crying out loud.
Yes, that is what they are doing. Well noticed. Witness testimony. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout.
What?
Holy shit! Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was just too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to us. There might have been a little tussle, but we didn't know. And the next morning we let him go. Wait, no, that's Italian. We let him go. He's back in 1999's room. It was nothing like a prison, really.
Jesus.
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man? But no, it was not like a prison. He just couldn't leave when he wanted. It was very comfortable and calm and happy. Hey, Capo? It was never part of my plan. I swear it. So you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong, I won a little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No, per favore, Capo, it's not fair. You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Oof! I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Could this happen to me? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout.
I'm telling you, I don't think it was the real Gregson. I think it was someone else.
I know, right?
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying?
You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either.
Do you think?
But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was a first-time crime for the capo. He was at the end of his week, sir. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? I know an empty house behind the park on Lamb Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive, inspired. Hey, capo. What am I supposed to say to that, huh, Peppino?
And it was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it?
Ugh, oui. But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector.
It doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
No, you're right, but we could not be completely certain.
Oh, okay then. You're free to go.
What? That doesn't mean they didn't actually do the crime that they're arrested for. You can't let them go.
Oh, yeah. Let him go. Too scared? Why?
Because why did he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that wasn't the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just training to be an inspector, he was up to no good. Oh, out there. I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good. Well, see, you may be right, that couple. The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
Well, see, I ask myself the same question. We are writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me. See, address, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said.
What?
He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude, I just politely asked him why he said it. He had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification.
What is Inspector Gregson playing at?
I'm telling you, it wasn't Gregson, it was the dude. Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say? See, we did. We did?
We did.
Did we?
Did we? That being this identification book here, correct?
See, that isn't the one. What made you believe that it was a forgery? I've never seen a real one, of course, but he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it must be falso, eh, capo? It is just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
It was nothing, just a minor incident. The falso inspector, he was a piece of the work, eh, Capo?
What happened?
Uffa, it was a disaster. We gave him a nicer room, and what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator.
Can you blame him?
We chased him, bien sûr, and we caught him again. Can you blame us?
Yes, very easily. Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you?
What do you think we are? Of course not. I simply got hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
Oh no.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong?
Hey, me?
Something Mr. DeRousseau just said seemed to make you, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about?
Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from personal experience.
Personal experience?
That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the red-headed league plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the capo, he came after me, like at the turbine, huh? and he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, Cap?
Okay, so it was gossip. The Inspector Gregson was gossip. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Bruises, you say? Ah, bruises revealed! Ah, you want to see, huh? You want to see my fantastic bruises? That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What did you do, huh? I show you or I don't. I show you or I don't. You do now. Allora, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. I can do it if I be in McEwen. Ecco, you see, it is still very visible, eh?
That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house?
See, the capo, sometimes he is very strong and he choke me. Choke me.
Tocca the chicken.
Choke the chicken. I said that's enough. I said that's enough. Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel?
But this red ring about Mr. DeRossi's neck, I wonder,
Oh
does
no,
it matter?
definitely wait and see. It's definitely not important.
Mr. DeRossi, I'm gonna have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark around your neck.
Hey, Capo, you see, everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi. See, if you really want that to know.
I can't present his profile here.
But does the picture of Gregson show his neck?
No. Yeah, kind of.
No red ring, no red ring, no red ring.
I'm gonna press him first.
Yeah, fair.
Are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, a big colore made from the lathe.
a leather collar?
Is this true, Mr. De Rousseau? What? We had a St. Bernard at home when I was a younger. No, I keep mixing up where they're from. It is a souvenir from that time, with a very strong chain. A strong chain?
You put that around your friend's neck.
I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of the bed, though, huh? I would not have tried to run again.
You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat the people equally is the capo's motto, eh? It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. The capo is a tough, but the capo is a... I can't...
Rough.
See what that is. He's a rough. Ugh, I shouldn't have done it.
So, the following morning when you released the inspector...
He had the red ring around his neck, just like me. Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now. Now you know, the capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, he's not so bad.
Okay.
Objection.
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only.
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see there is no red ring visible around his neck.
But that makes no sense. It was me who took the color of the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have.
Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
You know what, right? Considering how different Gossip and Gregson look, you would have thought that they would have been like, oh, that guy in the photograph doesn't look anything like the guy we captured last night.
DeRusso said that.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Then why the fuck are we...
I don't know, they didn't believe him, I guess.
Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what do we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning, many times! Oui, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph is someone different to the man we are captives at night! Oh, yeah. There you go. Order! It would appear that on the day of the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. Objection!
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they encountered an imposter among us, how did that person come to be in possession of the real Inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation. It's for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. By definition, that's why they're facts. Oops. Oh my god. No, the facts can't lie, even when they point to something so incredible it's almost unbelievable. What's so unbelievable about it? Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious! Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo.
I think you're tantalizing yourself, Kazuha.
Gee. Get a room. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who did you see venting? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi?
Oh, it seems incredible, I admit. The undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. Yeah?
Red is sus!
I can't believe it. Red is sus!
In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
On the contrary, I haven't finished. There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park in Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification?
See, that's alright. You tell her the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to a post with the dog colore. Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say, huh? So was that the false inspector, eh? Who was he?
Just let me present a name!
Clearly, the defense has an idea about
I've known for years, game!
about the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. Yeah, can we please present Mr. Necky Man? Gossip or whatever. I must ask the Count prepare for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? Oh, goodness me! Isn't that...
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passersby.
Objection.
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? See, this man is not for the red-headed league, no? Eh? He's looking for a twisted lip league, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead.
Seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising.
Eh? What?
The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Oh. Order! Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom! Immediately! Oh, it's there! Well, I never! An undeniable ring of bruising indeed, and identical to that of the witness beside him. Now what's going on here, eh? I've always had this thing, it's a birthmark, isn't it?
Birthmark, you say?
I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Something about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, they've got it all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it?
Of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? No. Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again.
And you, Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi. I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you?
Do we have any choice? We are in big trouble, eh, couple? That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. The inspector and the identification revealed. The man who claimed to be an inspector out there was definitely not this man. He's right, see? You think we were to get to these grand lips, huh? I never leave Sesame Street, alright? I'm not interested in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, Lee. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I involved in something like that be? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I'm carrying off a disguise with a face like this?
Oh my god.
What?
No. No, it's not. Never mind. I thought they had the same hairstyle. I thought they had a similar hairstyle. I don't know, maybe he made his lips real big.
I mean, okay, I think what's happened is his lip has somehow got swollen, but let's look at him. Look at him. Go back on him. Imagine him, but with lips small. No, they're not.
No, they can't be.
No, I was trying to help your desperate theory, but I don't.
No, it's not. It's lame. It's not right.
What have I been telling you, Els? There was no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno State's all I know. How would I have come by the police inspector's identification book, eh?
Yes, it's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah.
I think Kazuma believes this.
Kazuma's always believed us, right?
Yeah.
Yay!
So you say, but how can you be so certain?
There is no need to out your hands on this desk, Michelle. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I've never before seen lips like this.
Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. Oh my god.
And it looks very much like that something.
And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar.
Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you're trying to ring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, though, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London are the necks of Joyful. They broke the mold when they made me. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair.
And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London.
So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear by the flames of my hair.
So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either.
That is what I'm saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat. How did Fabian call it? An eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either.
Likewise, I had never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain.
See, maybe it's a nationality trait, huh? Maybe all of the people from this man's country have it going to leaves. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left.
We are not on Fresno Street.
Good point. In fact, that is a problem, see?
So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip.
No, Tom told me to say it, eh?
Hold it!
So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you?
You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on anyhow. I sold that toasted tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwiched at pop up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows?
But as you can see, my own hair is not a pint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You don't catch me siding off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely. Oh, here we go.
Excuse me.
Mr. de Rousseau!
Ugh. Oui, can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes? I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What?
Mr. Gossip with a housing agent?
We had some kind of contract. Oh no. We had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street here, like I've said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone in the same face. No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was a paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? No, like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers.
And what name was written, Mr. Gossip?
No,
Hugh
this
Boone!
man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name.
It is a Hugh Boone!
But in fact, his name is a Hugh Boone, huh? He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? No! I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. And is it not the intention, and it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses? Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial.
No, I object!
Objection!
Yay, we objected.
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Oh, good gracious! Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity?
Hugh Boone, the name of the leaseholder of the room.
Oh,
Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room.
I suggest, sir, that you start talking.
Dude, I was right. He is Daily Vigil. I
No,
swear
he's
to God.
Hugh Boone.
I swear to
He's Hugh
God.
Boone.
No, I swear to
He's not
God,
Daily
dude.
Vigil, he's Hugh Boone.
I swear to God, dude.
No, he's Hugh Boone, though. Not Daily Vigil. Unless you're telling me he has 2 layers of fake name. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case.
So your real name is Hugh Boone.
Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet. There's no finer tidbit of teddlers in town.
There's no find a tit. Oh, it's a titbit, not a tidbit.
Tidbit.
And also, you said titbit of peddlers.
No, I said it very wrong.
Oh.
I just leaned into it. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You? And once every 6 months, I'll go and pay your rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. If either of us is a vulgar, it's not to me. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit of peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No pop, no fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation. Mr. Boone. You sussy bucker. I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along. I rent the room where the fellow was found, it's true.
Hold it!
What difference it makes.
My hiccups are back.
Oh dear.
Okay, breathing time.
So you live in that room, presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a guess.
Okay.
Just a desk. Then why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to. Oh no, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and the chair in there. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room? You good?
No.
Oh dear. Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
I seems to me that Mr. Gossip, sorry, Mr. Boone, would rather as little as known about his room if it's possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. Particularly, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. I'm finally going to undo this man.
There is.
Objection!
He was cheating on Dale Vigil's... Dale Vigil's wife was cheating on him with this Mr.
I
Gossip
think
man.
he's Daily Vigil!
No, because they're different, because they're lip. So, the wife was having an affair. That's crazy. No, I think you're right.
I can't believe I was right, dude!
I know, isn't that crazy?
If you have no
Although,
kinfolk,
to be
as you put
fair,
it.
I don't wanna like show this or anything, but I did say at the start that it was Vigilante. Well, as soon as we found that photograph, if you remember.
I thought that too!
I said it first, though.
Then explain why it is among us, the
Mogus.
Then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room.
Ah!
I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. Ooh, prelude to pursuit.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so.
Bro, I am a genius!
I'm a genius.
I'm a genius!
I said it first. All the way at the start of the case.
Yeah, but you didn't know that this guy. You objected.
I was.
Yeah, I knew who this guy was.
I knew who he was before I even met him. That's more impressive.
No, you knew that the owner of the house, the owner of the room was Daily Vigil.
Yeah, and then we found out this guy was the owner of the room. Thus, logically, I knew that this guy was Daily Vigil.
No, I knew that this guy was Daily Vigil way before.
I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying I knew that he was Daily Vigil from the very start of the case.
No, you did not.
Without my grand deduction, we would never have been able to connect the dots.
Just let me have this.
I mean, it's so obvious that you have this, which is why I'm able to make a joke about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Oh, anyway, I don't know what you mean. No, I already read this line. Do the next thing. I read this line. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man said, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. It is simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. Objection!
How can you be so sure?
Just look at the man!
I think lying down for a second helped remove the hiccups last time, so hold on, I'm gonna be right back.
Okie dokie. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Yeah, no amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features, right? Ryunosuke?
Yeah.
Objection.
But what if we were to look at this the other way around?
What do you mean? Yes, Counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise.
Oh,
And hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Pursuit time!
Yo. Good. Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's only one person it could be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No, please. No. Very well then, Counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Oops, I almost presented Gossip.
Gossip is...
Your real
Gossip.
name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil.
What?
From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two Red-Headed League men.
And last night you were put by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless.
God damn, Miss Venus is a looker for a homeless woman.
Well, I think what he's saying is that they aren't actually homeless.
I
mean, they might still be homeless.
Beppo's definitely homeless.
Yeah, Beppo. Okay, yeah. Good for her. Well, to be fair, maybe she's not homeless because she makes so much bank selling explosives to children over and over.
Probably. She's a barefaced liar, after all.
True. Maybe she's like one of those people that has a lot of money because they go out begging, but they like have places they live and they just pretend that they need money. It's like a whole thing. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course.
And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
Now, just you hold on a minute. I have the first idea.
What I'm talking about? Really? Simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All I have to do is pull off that disguise.
No! Please! Bailiff, bring a soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once. Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will restrain the wit. Jeez, you'd have thought the bailiffs would do that. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Whoa! No! Stop! Stop! Get off! Don't! Oh. Oh my goodness. They were fake lips all along.
Dude, I cannot believe this.
That's amazing. Well done. Well, something. We are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Oh, he changed clothes too.
Apparently. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary.
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who had appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi in the park.
Was you disguised as the inspector? Or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all?
Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why? What? You would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison.
How old is Vigil? 40, huh?
What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison.
10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
He is the true self.
Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. Good thing she never decided to, drop in and visit him during work.
Well, to be fair, a prison is not exactly a place for a, woman of this era to just go visit, you know?
True.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
Scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as the squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it.
Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place?
Well, because I murdered Gregson. I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them?
Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warden of the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. Oh.
What? Inspector Gregson, what on earth?
It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, Inspector that is, recognized me one day. Recognized me one day. Recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity.
Man, Greg's is such a good guy!
I know, right? Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret? What was it?
I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him?
Yeah, I was worried he didn't have any weird quirks in this thing, but now he's revealed them with his hand movements.
He's like a clock.
Oh.
We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orcses tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offence. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever! Even if, well, if I end up a croaker.
Oh no!
You just did.
Yeah, it sucks.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. I was right! From the very beginning I said they were working together, and they were!
Wait, yeah. Yeah, you got that, yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
Thank you.
good job.
Thank you.
What if Gregson's the Reaper?
Maybe! I did also suggest that earlier.
I don't quite remember that, but I believe it.
But mostly as a joke, but partially serious.
Yeah, because
I said it would be great if he was.
Yeah, because maybe what he's doing with Vigil right now is he's having Vigil set up alibis for him.
Maybe, but equally, if he's the Reaper, why was he so worried about having to move Gina to France? Oh, I guess so he has an excuse to not kill her because he'd like her. Because it would be weird if... I don't know, that doesn't fucking make sense. We'll find out. Maybe he's the Reaper.
So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification boot. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Damn, that's crazy.
It is.
Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. Assertion! The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector.
I don't remember asserting that. Oh my god. Good job, dude.
But no, that can't be, my fragile hands. Now, after all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me!
Oh goodness.
Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it.
What? Ah!
Oh dear. Order! 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 Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement with the murder of the victim, as proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Objection? Hold it?
Hold it!
Was that Cosima?
Apparently. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness.
Cosima?
What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago?
Execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi.
I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man! One moment, counsel, is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel?
Cosima, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Cosima-sama, no wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments, his own father. No, I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asogi, you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death?
I need you to trust me. Please.
Very well, then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
You didn't resign.
But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Oh yeah, he's lying. He lied. We're gonna have to prove him wrong.
Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time, but you've forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know.
The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't.
Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it! Because the truth will not stay buried! It's coming out, one way or another!
Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not?
Do it!
I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to take a look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your
His
version of events.
armbands! That'll jog his memory.
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Well, yes.
In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition.
Well, yes, of course. Why?
Tell me, you remember seeing this document before?
No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment.
A dismissal notice?
And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What? It's mine! So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. The dismissal notice is nonsense.
Why have you suddenly...
I didn't mean to go that high pitched. My voice broke.
Oh.
Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember.
If this was in the original trilogy, he would have black Psyche locks right now.
Huh.
Not even the original trilogy. Just kidding. If it was a 3DS trilogy, or the second trilogy, there wasn't a... never mind.
The original was just completely wrong.
Yeah.
According to the few remaining records... Also, what did this come out on? Didn't this come out on a 3DS?
It did, yeah.
So, you're... Wow, I was just... You
the second trilogy. The Apollo Justice trilogy.
Oh, so there's an even simpler term for referring to it, and you just failed to get it.
Yeah, well,
wow.
it's because Apollo Justice, technically...
Wow!
Apollo Justice! Apollo Justice isn't the main character in all of them.
Wow. He's not?
No.
Huh. Okay, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June?
Was that the professor's execution?
Professor!
Oh my god, he's a sleeper agent!
As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. That it does sound familiar. Ooh. And yet that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life.
In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder. The bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Oh. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Ah! Ah!
Mr. Vigil?
Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane.
What?
Oh, order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's... Ah! It's like some floodgates have been opened! The images! The screams!
Oh, my goodness.
The papers! There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost!
Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene!
Traces of what?
In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139! Blood! Lots of blood!
I'm loving this performance.
That's where the man was buried, of course! Thank you. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison.
Oh, he's getting faster.
I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business, but I cannot help you now. As Chief Warder, you're responsible for overseeing the execution of all, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, The Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. Oh wait, no, I think that's you. Oh no, it's me. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Holy shit, that was intense. Mind crush. Order! Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once!
So did he try to kill himself?
I think he sort of... Man, I don't know. Fuck me. Oh, whew. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect. I think his brain exploded.
Damn.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt, once again
Oops.
overshadowed by the legacy of that
Just put this on auto.
notorious killer, appearing
Yeah.
like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
Oops, that's not auto. That's auto. This is auto.
Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Damn.
Yep. That's the trial. That was the trial segment. I am
that's all the-
such
Huh.
a genius, dude.
I mean, you're alright. It's just a really amazing deduction. Anyway,
That's the best I've ever done in an Ace Attorney game, probably.
No, you did really well. You did. You really did.
Yay! I'm not dumb. I'm really smart. I think.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Don't worry. Tomorrow's Fire Emblem 6. You'll feel plenty dumb. So-
Uh-huh. I kind of want to go back to doing an Iron Man.
Oh. Don't do an Iron Man. I don't know. Maybe.
I can't believe it. What did I figure out again? I figured out about the method behind the timed explosion.
You can't even remember what you figured out.
Yeah, I remembered. I figured out the method behind the timed explosion, and I figured out that gossip was daily.
Thing. Yeah, that's the impressive thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think the method behind the timed explosion was pretty impressive too.
Somewhat.
I think connecting the candle to the firecracker was impressive.
Well, I mean, I guess.
It was pretty impressive, I think.
I think you should just take the W on the.
I want to take W on both.
Right, but I feel like the candle thing we came up with together.
What?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I told you all about candles and how I know about candles. I'm a candle expert. Told you about how the wick and how it burns down. And he was like, "Oh yeah, so it works." And it would have. I felt like that was a team effort.
Oh, okay.
Yay! That daily stuff, that was all you though. That was 100% you. That was very impressive.
Yay! Anyway, what'd you think about that trial?
I feel somewhat incomplete. We didn't get a not guilty verdict.
We didn't know.
So now what's going to happen? I want to know what's going to happen.
We're gonna investigate.
Let's just stay up all night and do more.
No, I
Finish the
can't.
game.
I wish.
More. I know.
You know I want to as well. I probably want to more than you.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Are you kidding me? I've been waiting for this way longer than you have.
So?
Alright, you may be right. Yeah.
Don't gatekeep enjoyment of a video game.
Oh, watch me.
That's fun.
It was.
I'm excited.
I know, from this moment on, the last spoiler I knew was that
But he was daily all along. You're not a genius.
No, that was that
I'm
Gregson
kidding,
was
I'm kidding,
dead.
I'm kidding. Okay, good. So just don't find out any more spoilers.
Actually, that's
For
a
whole
lie.
week.
I do know about... Never mind. No, that's a complete lie.
What do you know? Or can you not say it in a way that won't give away the
I don't
spoiler?
really want to say it.
Okay.
But I don't know anything about the development of the cases from here on. Like, at all.
Fair. So wait, is there more to today? Like, there's more investigation, isn't
Yeah, we have an investigation and the case is over.
there? Okay. So then after this next lot of investigation, we're changing all the costumes back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it goes... The investigation, and then the episode ends.
Oh, I don't really care. I just noticed the costume feature, and it reminded me that we're changing.
Yeah, we're going to the investigation, the episode ends, and the next episode is the trial.
Because, you see, I was going to tell you to change the costumes, but then I was like, wait, no, I think it might be too soon. And it was too soon.
Yeah, we're still in Twisted Karma and his last bow.
Ooh. It's been his last battle for a while now, whoever that Karma is. Karma's the sword, isn't it?
Yeah, Karma's the sword. I just gotta say, the names of these episodes are much better than Turnabout, whatever.
What's wrong with Turnabout?
I mean, they still had cool episodes, but... I mean...
Turnabout Sisters and Turnabout... I can't remember any other names.
I like Turnabout for Tomorrow.
Turnabout Steel Samurai, I don't know. What was that one called?
I don't know, Turnabout Samurai it was.
Oh, that's a very shit name.
Yeah. There's Recipe for Turnabout.
It's still quite shit.
There's Bridge to the
I think
Turnabout.
you're right. I think tying it to Turnabout kind of does make the
Yeah,
names
that's
like
why
good.
Rise from the Ashes is the best case in the main series.
Just because it's not
Yeah.
called Turnabout.
There's Turnabout Trump.
Ironically, I find it funny that it's not called Turnabout when there's a very big turnabout that happens in it.
I mean, there's a turnabout that happens in all of these.
Yeah, I know, but that's my point. It's like the one they chose not to call Turnabout. It's like Turnabout, and there's a turnabout.
Well,
You
yeah.
know?
I mean, there's a turnabout in all of these cases as well.
Right, but none of them are called Turnabout, so it's not an
Yeah.
exception, is
What?
it?
Oh, what if they call this the turnabout of Ryunosuke Naruhodo?
The Great Turnabout.
The Great Turnabout. That's what the Pursuit theme is called. The Great Turnabout. Or Time
That
for a
makes
Great
sense.
Turnabout.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
Nice.
Yeah. Turnabout, Turnabout. Hey, CG, we're just ending the stream now.
Hello!
We just finished the trial section of Twisted Karma and his last bow. So yeah, we're gonna end the trial. I mean, end the stream. Oh yeah.
I'm excited.
I will be streaming later today, I think, if Astral's still ready. I actually forgot to confirm with her.
If she's not, you should wake me up and we should do more Ace Attorney.
Okay.
I'm not even kidding. I want to see what happens.
Really?
Really, I want to know. I want to know.
Okay. Gee, okay. Yeah.
I want to know.
No, yeah, I'm just excited.
Hey, Jane, I don't think you're as excited as me.
Okay.
Am I excited enough now? Huh?
Yeah, you're
Huh?
excited.
I'm
Yeah.
excited.
Okay.
Very excited.
I think you're the only viewer right now, CG Invasion.
Hi, CG Invasion.
Yeah.
I'm
So I'm not
excited.
gonna rate it. I'm not gonna bother rating anybody.
That's fair.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say bye everybody, or bye CG Invasion. Thanks for popping in at the end.
Bye.
That was a-
Bye.
I'm so mad no one witnessed my incredible deduction skills.
I witnessed them. I guess I'm nobody, am I?
Well, nobody
Wow.
else.
Nobody important. I get it.
No, you're very important.
Yay!
All right, bye, bye,
Bye.
bye, bye, guys.
Bye.